Good afternoon and welcome to the school committee meeting of Tuesday, June 9th, 2026. Going to call the meeting to order. We are going to go into executive session and then we will exit executive session and begin open session at 7 p.m. in the WCAT studio. So I'd like to make a motion that school committee go under executive session under open meeting law, executive session exemptions 2 and 3 to discuss negotiations with non-union personnel and to discuss strategy with respect to the collective bargaining, as an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares. Motion's been made and second. We'll do a roll call vote. Melissa?
Yes.
Alex?
Yes.
Kevin?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Pete?
Yes.
And I'm Kevin, and yes. So we are going to executive session and we will return in open session at 7 p.m. Thank you. Good evening, and welcome back to the Tuesday, June 9th, 2026 school committee meeting. We had started at 5 o'clock in executive session and now are picking up here for our regular session. I want to ask those that can stand to please do so as we do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, we'll read the mission statement. The vision of the Wakefield Public Schools is to graduate students who are confident, lifelong learners, who are respectful and caring members of their community. Our mission is to prepare students for college, career, and community by providing a rich and challenging curriculum, high-quality instruction, and educational experiences that meet their individual needs and interests. Next on the agenda is public comment. So if anyone's here as a member of the public that would like to participate, please either come up to the table or make yourself known on Zoom. Okay, seeing none. Moving on to the consent agenda. We have a motion?
We do. Move that the school committee approve the minutes of the May 26, 2026 school committee meeting.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? And it's unanimous. Next on the agenda is budget items. Christine.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Tonight you have the financial report for July 1st, 2025 through May 31st of 2026. That means there's only one more month for this fiscal year. You'll see the available balance is just over $315,000 with less than 1% remaining. So we have the encumbrances for salaries for our end of year payrolls, and we are just finalizing all last minute encumbrances, all last minute special education out of district costs. So we are just getting down to the wire. We will have some budget transfers to do at the end of the year with our offsets from our revolving accounts. As you can see on the grant page, that balance has considerably decreased. Just a little over $100,000 left to get through June, particularly for the Metco account, for busing and for graduation expenses. The revolving accounts have come down also. We have still the offsets to do for the revolving account offsets for the local budget. So we're just over $3 million in all of revolving accounts, but that will also come down once school lunch transfers have happened and the other revolving accounts as well. In our next meeting at the end of June, we will have Dustin O'Brien come and talk about the state of the school lunch program and what that revolving account will encompass for this year and next year. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. We have 2 payrolls to accept for the month of May.
Move that the school committee approve payroll warrants number 46 and 48.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And it's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thanks, Christine.
That's it.
Dr. Lyons, you're up.
Thank you very much. First thing on my item is the retiree recognition or reception. Before we came to the meeting this evening, we had a retiree reception. So we have 13 retirements this year, 6 of whom are teachers. They were Deb Duggan, longtime library media specialist, technology person she's at several of our elementary schools. I think she started at the Franklin as a sub, and amazing. Robin Litwalk, who has been here several years. She's appointed by Dr. Mayo. Patty Doran, who was a mid-career person, software engineer, and has been teaching technology and computers for us for a while, since 2015 actually. We have Dr. West, Jeffrey West, who has been teaching for 34 years, a science teacher at Galvin. We have Kathy Lopez, who's at the high school, who has just been involved in so many activities, including Memorial Day, recycling, mentoring programs, student council, really too many things to kind of mention. And as well as Cindy Fitzpatrick, Cindy's been really just a remarkable teacher leader for us for several decades. And so the teachers that we recognize this evening will be really remarkably missed. You've heard me say that the people make the place, right? And so if you add up their years of service, there's no replacing these adults and the impact that they've had on our community. They will be missed. Carol Duncan was also recognized this evening, who's retiring from central office, who handled kind of accounting for us. And so, again, this year we have 13 people total. We recognized 7 this evening, and in our next meeting, we will recognize the remaining 6. I don't know if anyone has any comments to add, but really just a terrific reception. The principals all spoke about the retirees, and were really just terrific with their remarks that really captured the work that the adults have done over time. So it's really much appreciated. So I don't know if anyone has anything to add.
Any comments? Mr. Markson?
Just profound gratitude. I mean, a number of the teachers, as we said in the reception earlier tonight, I was really taken quite a bit that the number of teachers that had both of my kids and the stories that they told, and just a world of gratitude for a life of service and career and education and student focused. So thanks to all of them.
Anyone else?
Sure.
Kevin.
Yeah, one thing that I think about with retiree recognition is think about all the ceremony recognitions that we have. We just had high school graduation, where we have this ceremony that every single high school has, where we recognize all the seniors. Think about the WEF night we have. Like, we have all these birthdays, people have birthdays and they celebrate them. So we have all these rituals of celebration and recognition, in our society. One thing that I think about with retirees is that, to me, it just seems like such a bigger deal than all of that. Not to downplay high school. Sorry, seniors that just graduated. That was really important and cool. But when you think about what a retiree is, that's literally their life. If you're putting 30, 35 years into a career, and when we think about recognizing that event, it always seems almost counterintuitive to me. I almost think that we should be having that kind of ceremony, like graduation for retirees. Now, we just had an awesome. I'm sorry. No, I don't mean to downplay what we just had for the retirees. That was great, but I just always feel in general that should be just such a bigger thing based on what it is. I don't mean to insult people's birthdays or high school graduation, but I do think that, I don't know what event beyond birth and death is bigger than this. I think it's a bigger deal than people think. So congratulations. I don't know if that was coaching at all, but that's my 2 cents.
No, I think some great points, Kevin, that I think you made. And I think also what's unique, I think, of an educator, particularly a K-12 educator, is the impact that they have had on countless lives. Dr. West was kind of mentioning his career at the middle school and was mentioning some names. And, oh, yeah, Mr. Burnham, I had him. And Mr. Walsh, I had him. And as we were walking down, Alex and I were saying, we could probably list out 99% of the teachers we had. And that's pretty impressive. And now, graduated now over 3 decades ago. But, these individuals have left a lasting impact that many years later. So it was a really great event. I appreciate Michelle and certainly the food that was created as well. It was just a really, really nice evening. And thanks to the principals for being there and to Jess for being there and offering such great words, too. I know we were saying a minute ago, it's such a busy time. Everyone's really tired. Probably the last thing you necessarily want to do is to be here, but clearly it was so important and grateful that you are here to do that. So, yeah, just congratulations to everyone, and just really appreciate their commitment to the district for decades. So, thank you.
Carol, are you going to add?
Oh, I was just going to credit Sue Lacey, Kelly Roche for food, and Deirdre Tanata and Michelle. As you mentioned, they just did a great job coordinating all of that. Thank you.
Agree. Thank you so much. Back to the agenda. So my next agenda item is just an update on accelerated math at Galvin. I'd like to invite kind of our teachers up to the table, and Meg.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
So I'm Erin Bailey, and I'm the 5 through 12 math curriculum coordinator. And I have been in Wakefield for a long time in some math capacity in one way or another. And I hope to be retiring in Wakefield someday too, and being celebrated in that way. So just want to share some quick facts about Math 7 Extended this year. I appreciate your continued interest in it. Our quick facts are on the next slide, and we have about 265 students in 7th grade, and about half of them are participating in Math 7 Extended right now. 3 of them have decided that it wasn't their path at the quarter, but pretty much everybody is still in there. We have 5 sections. They're taught by myself, Jillian Bucher, who's an 8th grade teacher, and she's also the department liaison at the middle school, and then our 3 7th grade teachers, Gabrielle Morton, Ben Kendrew, and Mike Papalardo. So we like to get feedback about how it's going for the students. We get the feedback from the students and also from the families. And so this student survey has 91 responses to it, so we got most of them in there. 94% of students reported feeling supported by their teachers, which is a really important thing in this process. This is one of the first times for a lot of students that they're being exposed to an accelerated curriculum and approach to teaching and learning mathematics. So we want to make sure that they know how to access support and feel supported in the process. We also have a graph that indicates on the top right there, actually to go back, the one on the top right there, we asked them to like kind of rate, I feel more confident in my math skills because of participating in Math 7 Extended. And the absolutely yes is all the way to the right, and so you can see that most students agree or strongly agree. And then Math 7 Extended helped me understand math concepts more deeply, and same idea there too. So they kind of weigh in with their feedback about how it went for them and how they're feeling about it. One of my favorite things is asking them open-ended questions, and just so you know, I copy and paste their answers here, so if there are grammatical errors or silly things that are said, that is intentional and comes straight from them. And typically I wouldn't read off of a slide, but some of these things are really just too good to not say. So we ask, what did you enjoy the most about Math 7 Extended? I've enjoyed the more challenging content and the pace of Math Extended. Pythagorean theorem. The people around me support me. Even if I didn't get something right, they would help me get it right. I get to learn so many new math ideas that have helped me in the other math class and feel a little bit more confident. I loved learning more about math. It was really fun to know more about math and be able to answer equations that I usually would think were too hard. I actually like Math 7 Extended maybe a little more than my other math class because we don't spend many, many days on the same unit, but it is more fast-paced. We also asked them what was the most challenging part of Math 7 Extended. The tests were a resounding answer there. Ensuring that you keep up, but it is absolutely manageable and a benefit as it made me get more engaged than in an easy class with a slow pace. Learning new stuff in a harder class, but also learning new stuff in regular classes is a challenge for them. Just the math, it's very advanced. The most challenging part has been learning exponents. They just get confusing. And getting A's. Getting A's is a challenge, and that's something that we talk a lot about with the students, is that it's not really about your grade, it's about whether or not you are learning and understanding the content. And so that's an ongoing conversation there. We also asked them, what would you change about Math 7 Extended? And we try and take in their feedback when we can, and we made some adjustments based off of student and parent feedback from last year. So some things they would say would be longer time for each unit so I can understand it better. Some Blookett's, Prodigy, and Kahoot would make it more fun. I would not change anything. I love that it gets me ready for algebra in 8th grade, if I get in, because the way that Math 7 Extended works, it seems really fast, but it gets me ready for other hard classes. I would change the amount of practice we have to do. I don't know if that means more or less, but. Some of my favorite comments were actually in this section here where we asked them, what advice would you give to a student who is thinking about taking Math 7 Extended? And this first one is amazing. Study 100% of the time. If you're bored, study. Even if you don't have a quiz test, study. Listen to your teacher and form a study group if you must. Just make sure you're not just understanding, but a full master of the topic. Use the practices on Delta Math, IXL, and every single video/material the teacher posts on Google Classroom. If you have free time in class, review or do a practice problem. Drill it until you'd rather watch paint dry than do another equation. Go in with optimism and willingness to learn and use your reference sheets. All of our assessments are open notes. We let them use their notes on those assessments because realistically, when they go out into the world, they're going to have access to a lot of resources. So that's also part of the teaching and learning process. I would tell them if they want to do it, they should make sure they can move at a fast pace and make sure they understand your regular math class so that you don't get confused and stressed. Be prepared, bring a pencil, calculator, and other things. That should apply regular class too. Make sure to study for quizzes so you don't do bad. It's okay to make mistakes. It's a part of learning. If you're confused, ask the teacher. You should not be down on yourself if you get a bad grade. Also, you want to raise your hand if you're confused. This is the class to do it. I would tell them to do it because it is fun and you can feel more confident in your math skills. Also to pay attention because if you listen, then you won't need to study as much. Join it. If you're interested in math, it's good to have a bit more skill so you can get further. You always need math, and I agree. We also reach out to families to try and get some feedback from families about, from their perspective, how it's going. And so that top right graph there says, my child received the support they need to be successful in Math 7 Extended. The strongly agree is to the right. And so, you know, to me, it feels like there is some work to do in the middle, at least on the perception and the communication between students and parents, because what the students indicated to us versus what they were expressing at home seems to be quite different. And that the bottom left graph says, how satisfied are you with your child's experience in Math 7 Extended? And that sits a little bit better with me, although, again, still some work to do. But 80% of families report that it positively impacted their child's confidence, and that's really important. Some anecdotal family feedback as well. Opportunity for enrichment, be around like-minded peers from an equity lens, appreciating that's an opt-in program. Any 7th grader who wants to participate is able to opt in. There are criteria for qualification for 8th grade Algebra 1, but anybody who wants to try it is more than welcome to. I'm very thankful that WPS continues to offer a form of extended math. This is a program that lacks a thoughtful implementation to the students who deserve a bit more after spending K through 6 in classes that lack extensions and hold them back from meeting their full potential. This is something that I'm digging into a little bit in our math curriculum review as well. I think there are a lot of people looking for more challenge before we get to 7th grade. I do think that's happening in a lot of pockets, but again, obviously, if the perception is that it's not, then there's some work to do there. My child liked meeting new teachers and trying a new type of class. No student had their own math teacher for 7th grade as their Math 7 Extended teacher. We like to honor the fact that not everyone could, because we need 5 sections and there are only 3 7th grade teachers, but then also sometimes hearing information from someone else makes it differently accessible. He appreciates the challenge and the pace as well as accountability. This is an excellent program, and I'm glad he's in it. Even though he is struggling, I think the long-term upside is massive for him just to know he's being challenged and there are people to help him overcome his shortcomings. So that was some of that feedback. I included some markers of success. This is a lot of what I had presented last year, but then I added onto it with some more recent data. So I included the 8th grade algebra enrollment numbers, which indicates the number of students who qualified for Algebra 1 from Math 7 Extended. I also included the 9th grade geometry enrollment because part of this work is making sure that their success continues into and through high school. And so you can see that over the years, the number of 9th graders enrolling in geometry, which is the advanced 9th grade class, whether it's honors or CP, has increased. And specifically, this year, we have more freshmen in honors geometry than ever. And they're doing really well. 92% of freshmen who are in geometry are getting A's and B's, compared to 83%, 75% from years past. I also have some data on MCAS and iReady scores. So looking at 7th grade, MCAS happening at the end of their 7th grade year last year, these are the current 8th graders. But what this shows me is that we increased our differential between us and the state. And more importantly to me is that the bar all the way to the right, that darker blue part says 10%. That indicates the percentage of students who are exceeding expectations on the MCAS. And that's the highest percentage we've had in the last 5 years. I also look at the middle of year 8th grade iReady data and look for trends in that way too. I do that for seeing, is that continuing into 8th grade holistically, because not all students who take Math 7 Extended qualify for Algebra 1. So I don't just look at the algebra data, but we look at the whole cohort. Are they improving as a whole? Because even if students don't qualify, they've now been pre-exposed to half of the content of 8th grade. And so one would think that that would help them feel more confident in their 8th grade experience, be better peer role models in their classes. And if you can teach it to someone else, there's a better chance that you understand it fully yourself. So we can see that this year we have the highest level of middle of year 8th grade on or above grade level so far. So that's all I have for now, but if there are any questions, I'd be happy to talk about them.
Thank you. Questions? Stephen?
I'm just curious, back to the enrollment numbers, that they are increasing at the 8th grade level. I'm just curious, how do those numbers, I just see them as raw numbers, how do they equal to like percentage-wise of the whole class?
Yeah, great question. So we have, out of the 12 math classes, 4 of them this year are algebra classes for 8th grade. We've had as many as 5 and as few as 3. But it seems to be 5 was like probably right after COVID, and it was a little bit more open at that point. And then as we increased the rigor, gone down to 4, but it's still more than the 3 that existed for like the first 12 years that I was teaching there. So.
Sure. And one of the thoughts is just, it seems like, if I remember back to when sort of this was conceptualized and then sort of implemented, I feel like one of the goals was to feel like you were getting a better measure of students sort of starting off 7th grade and who would place, and you were just sort of projecting, you were hoping that that would be reflected in sort of future numbers and, who's finding success, not only in 8th grade, but in 9th grade. And it seems like those numbers are sort of holding out. Proving out sort of your thought processes there. Now that I think the data is there to support this, what else would you do to sort of make this content sort of more accessible to more students in 7th grade?
That's a great question. I think part of it, because it is already opt-in, part of it is like an interest from the student and or their family in the first place. I think we have done a pretty good job of highlighting what the program is and communicating out to families that they can join, and even if we put a deadline, letting students come afterward anyway, because we would like them to participate. It really benefits all students if they can participate in the program. And so, I would like to think that we already have improved the accessibility, because it wasn't that way before. It started off as 6th grade teachers making recommendations for what level they went into for 7th grade. And as someone who taught 7th grade for a while at the Galvin, sometimes I found that as soon as it got a little bit more abstract about halfway through the year, some of those students weren't actually all that ready. Their computation was really sound from past years, but the abstract concepts were a stumbling block initially. And on the flip side, in teaching regular 7th Math 7, I found that some students just needed that little extra time to kind of arrive at who they are as mathematicians. And so I think, middle school is a place where there's a lot of development in their maturity and their student skills. And so delaying that point of acceleration, I think, has proven to make it more accessible and I think more successful so far.
Yeah, I think when we sat down to talk about this presentation too, it was nice to say kind of at the point with this where it is just a baked in part of how we operate and what math looks like at the Galvin. And so every year it can be, how do we refine it? How do we evolve it versus scrap it, let's go back and do something else. And it has been, we're going into our 5th year of doing it, which is pretty incredible because it has taken so many different twists and turns.
Yeah.
But at this point, it's we feel a really solid model. And I think, maybe to your question, we think about how do we replicate it in other content areas. And so when I talk later in our school improvement plan, that's one of the things that we're thinking about in terms of when we talk about enrichment, how can acceleration be kind of a central part of that conversation.
That's great. Thank you.
Kevin? So the first cohort of students that were in extended math, are they seniors now?
So the seniors who just graduated were doing remote stuff during COVID.
Right.
And so we actually with this program kind of started in that way, where it was like hey, if you want to do extended math, hop on Zoom with me at this time.
Right.
And so I was doing that at that time. When we came back to school, it was kind of like a return to what was. But I remember feeling really strongly like, I'm not sure if what was should be what is. And we had a lot of conversations through that year around, sure, it was COVID, but that the model of anybody who wants to do math, yes, please come join me for that, was something that we felt really strongly about. And so while we had teachers making recommendations for who they thought were ready to be part of the program, we also said, okay, but if anybody expresses an interest, they should be allowed to participate. And then we more formally advertised it as like open enrollment, opt in, we'd love to have you. And so ever since then, it's kind of been, so we only had, to the current seniors, it was like opt in but Zoom. The current juniors, it was what was. And then the current sophomores saw like the first iteration of this newer model. That iteration in particular, the win block at that time was built around lunch. And so it was like a split block. And we got a lot of feedback from teachers and from students and from some parents that like, that wasn't great because they were getting like 20 minutes of quick hit and then 20 minutes of practice. And so we kind of did an upheaval in our schedule anyway, one of many. And win became first period for the upper house. And since then, we've had like a continuous block first thing in the morning of math, and it has gotten better for sure.
And that's been for how long?
This is the
With the win
third-
block at the beginning.
third year of that? Third. I think it's the
Is it
third.
third year of it at the beginning? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Better memory than me.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm interested in like kind of looking at the cohorts going through high school
Mhm.
and seeing, so that cohort probably be sophomores now?
Yes, yeah.
Right? That's
So
the
next
third
year
year.
as juniors, if they stayed on the accelerated pathway, they would be approaching pre-calculus.
Yeah.
And then as seniors, they have access to AP Calc, AB or BC, and AP Stat as well.
Yeah, I'd be interested in looking at, as that cohort keeps progressing, what the numbers look like, not just
Yeah.
in enrollment, in pre-calc, AP calculus, but also the relative success.
Yeah.
And also want to, I'd also like to see some teacher feedback at the high school level
Mhm.
on what they're seeing in terms of the students that they're getting, in terms of skill development.
Yeah, that's definitely something I would like to bake into the next couple of years of my work up there as well, as we get to them to the AP type level. Part of the reason why we wanted to make an adjustment to our approach was because we weren't really impressed with the number of kids who were staying on that pathway. If we had, call it a quarter of the kids in the grade at the time were taking extended math, right? And then by the time they got to their senior year, it became 10%, 15%. We're still on the path of taking those AP classes. And if that drops off that drastically, even adjusted for students who go to private school and change their path along the way, then we're not doing a great job of keeping them on like an accelerated learning pathway. And so that was part of the reason why we wanted to make a change in how we approached it.
Okay.
Melissa?
I know that when some of the changes were initially made, one of the reasonings was that students were not performing as well on 7th grade standards and MCAS as they got older. Is that still the case? Are you seeing improvements there? Do you have any data against that yet?
Yeah. So I would say in general, we are seeing improvement year over year. I think in the fall when we talk about like our MCAS data, for the last few years, we've noticed a drop off from elementary school to middle school. But once they get into middle school, we do see those gains year over year. And last year, with my first year in this role, it was really important to me to see like when we did Math 7 Extended, did they improve their scores right away that year? And to me, it was evident that they did by expanding the difference between their performance and state performance, and then also the number or the percentage of students who achieved the exceeding expectations right there in 7th grade. And that our 8th grade data has been pretty good too.
That's to say, yes, the 7th grade data last year was math data was the standout in terms of when you looked against the other results that we had, and it makes sense, right? Taking double math, most of the class taking double math is going to help that, and so that's another reason why it's like, okay, let's look at this model, like not specifically this model, but how do we use this philosophy in other areas too, to expose kids to more when they're interested in learning more. And so yeah, we did see kind of a natural bump in the 7th grade scores this past year.
Is the model still a half-year model where you start in January and go through then, or
Yes, if you remember the first year, I think it was like.
It was like a trimester last
Yeah, it was
trimester.
like between
Yeah.
2 quarters, and that was some feedback we got was like it was not enough time. That and the split block was no good, so we were able to remedy both of those things.
Have you thought about extending it earlier than that January start date?
I think part of it is that we also need our 7th grade teachers to be available to do some intervention on the other side of things, right? So I think the half-year balance is important for meeting students on both ends of the spectrum, but I also think realistically, we do about half the 8th grade standards, and so having that extra half year is generally enough for what we would expect the timing to be for them. And in some ways, it's more time on learning for them because now they have a whole year for the 7th grade standards, where before it was like you had to spend 2/3 of the year on 7th grade stuff and 1/3 of the year trying to squeeze in some 8th grade stuff and overlapping when you could. And there wasn't the same like depth of understanding, I think, in previous years. So I feel like the half year is a nice medium for those things. Certainly, I think we have talked about like what are the other avenues through which students could be experiencing acceleration when they aren't doing Math 7 Extended. I think part of that is ensuring that they're well-rounded and exposed to like acceleration and enrichment in other areas. But then also like our math team has gotten really strong, and I just administered a test at Math 7 Extended last week, and one of the students told me, oh, there was a problem just like that on our math exam recently for math team, and I was just like, oh, that's good to know. Like there's some overlap. I thought it was a really tough question, and a couple students wrote some really sophisticated stuff that I was like, I even said to Joanne Marks, who's the science me, and I shared it to her, and I said, I think I know this is right, but I'm not sure if I understand what the student did there. And she was just like, huh. And so we sat there together and we were like toying through it, and we were like, wow, okay, that's like some Archimedes coming in here, and like, all right, okay. And it's been really fun to see that there's some nice overlap. The kids who are in math team for 5th grade, 6th grade, they start off 7th grade in it, they're like ready and eager and excited for this opportunity, and they bring that excitement into the classroom, and it's honestly quite a joy to teach.
And I think my last question was just like a data question. I wasn't sure if it was 92%, like this year was 92% of kids taking geometry are getting A's and B's, or is it 92% of 9th graders taking
A freshman.
geometry?
Yep, a freshman.
Okay.
Yeah, and 2/3 of freshmen, a little more than 2/3, are taking honors. And it's been a really rigorous course. So I'm very pleased to see that.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions?
I had one more. I was curious about, so if Math Extended is like half of the 8th grade math content, when they go to 8th grade and take algebra, does the algebra course just by its nature contain the other half of the 8th grade as well?
No, so the 8th grade algebra is a more accelerated course than 9th grade algebra, because in 9th grade it is just the Algebra 1 standards. And in 8th grade algebra, it's the other half of 8th grade and all of Algebra 1. And so it's still a year and a half of math compacted into 1 year, which is part of why we really try to expose them to like an honors level accelerated pace when they're doing Math 7 Extended, so that they know that they are prepared for handling that kind of pace. There is some overlap in the standards, right? Like you're going to see solving systems of equations in both of those, but just more sophisticated methods at the high school level Algebra 1. And so they're able to kind of overlap some of those things, but it is more than a year's worth of math built into the 8th grade Algebra 1 experience.
Wow. Just anecdotally, one thing about this year when Math Extended hit, I thought for my student it was going to be a lot because they had math in the morning, math club, and then when for Math Extended and then math class, it was like a solid 90 minutes of just, and I thought that was going to be a lot, and I think it wasn't. It was able to be sort of handled, and so I think sort of the tempo. He wasn't the only person that was sort of doing that, and I just think it's working, and I think the kids are hungry for it in that way. So
Yeah.
it's good.
Thank you.
Melissa?
Do you find that I know that's open enrollment for 7 Extended. Do you find that it's typically representative of the general population of 7th graders in terms of
That's a great
language
question.
learners or in terms of
Yeah,
gender or?
That's a great question. The gender piece is reflective for sure. The language learners, we have not had quite the same percentage. We do have a small percentage, obviously, in the school anyway, but we had 2 this year participate, and it's going well, which is really lovely to see. I would love to see more students with disabilities participating, and thinking about accessibility at that level as well. We have a couple right now, but not too many. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Good points.
All set? Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have our school improvement plans, our updates. Want to start off with elementary, please?
Doyle.
Doyle?
Yep.
She was charging her laptop.
Oh, okay. All right. No, poor Erin. Not only is she new, she's first, and she's alone. Everybody else gets a part. So, we're not being too nice to you, Erin. I know. Take your time.
Miss McLeod, you can be my partner in crime. I think I can see.
So we'll need the presentation put up. So the principals all work together on the presentation that was shared to you, to just give updates on the plans that they presented back in September, and just to talk about how the year has gone, the work that they've done, the progress that they've made with their staff. We'll start with Doyle. Elementary will present as a group.
Oh, thank you.
And then Megan and Amy will represent secondary together as well. And Erin Manzi, principal of Doyle
Hi,
Early
I'm-
Childhood Center.
Yeah, Erin Manzi, principal of Doyle.
Erin, is the clicker working? There you go.
There we go. Okay, so to start off, so we had 3 goals to support our school improvement plan this year at Doyle. And the first goal focused on the approaches to play and learning frameworks, which is new to me. Again, like I think I talked back in September, I really dug in deep, did a lot of reading, a lot of research on the frameworks for preschool to catch myself up, because I've been spent a lot of time at the middle school and the high school level, and it has been wonderful. So with approaches in play and learning frameworks, we focus specifically on engagement and persistence at the really focusing on center-based activities and play, which is so important at the preschool levels where they really are learning. So over the course of the year, our ILT, our PLC, and we spent some time during our PD time to have great conversations about, like, what does engagement look like at the preschool level? What is developmentally appropriate at this level? And what can we really say about, like how long is reasonably, developmentally correct for a 3 or 4-year-old to sustain engagement at an activity? So it's some great conversations about that. We also talked about instructional practices that support students to remain engaged. And we spent a lot of time talking about how we can intentionally design centers that support students, that allow them to engage and really persist, actively participate, and maybe take some risks like during that time. So we go here. So from our conversations, from our observations, from our experience, we identified 3 instructional design features that are really important when you're designing centers to help kids stay engaged. So those, what happened to this one? Yeah, those instructional design features, the first one is the center accessible? Does the center have accessible entry points for the students, that they can enter that center at various levels, at their developmental level, and there are various ways that they can engage in that material. For example, there was a block center for our community unit, and one student might be exploring the cars while other students are taking the pieces of the road and connecting them together. Some other one might be building a whole mini community center while other kids are collaboratively working together. So they can enter that at their developmental level and feel really successful at that. The second one is creating centers that are open-ended, have open-ended opportunities for exploration. Centers that encourage creativity, problem-solving, extended engagement, that they don't have a single correct answer. So it's not an activity that is just, this is the end point. They can continue their learning through that. So for example, you can see the students building Legos or creating some designs. And some of them have templates. They're using those templates, but they can also go and create something on their own. So it really pushes the students, and there's no correct answer, and just really what they want to explore. And that last one is centers that are socially rich learning experiences, that they can engage in dramatic play, and that they really supports communication and collaboration between the students. Students have the ability to enter that center, again, at their developmental level. Is their play at the parallel level? Is it associative? Is it at cooperative? And feel successful at that level for them. So our next goal was under rich and challenging curriculum. So for this goal, we focused on fostering strong collaboration and curriculum alignment across classrooms. So this work started back in the 24-25 school year, where the teachers worked together to create a really strong scope and sequence, which you can see on the right-hand side. That scope and sequence has multiple common thematic units that the teachers this year are implementing. The units have high quality literature, common activities that really reflect the skills that we want the students to learn. And to have that strong scope and sequence that I push out in our newsletter every week, just to remind teachers where we are, and they have the resources. Our ILT worked at the beginning of the school year to create bins with all of the resources in it, so teachers can access those resources easily. The ILT also created a Google form for teachers to give feedback about each unit. So during our staff meetings, we're able to talk about the units, talk about what is working, maybe some modifications that we need to make for it. But it really lended itself to some great conversations about curriculum and about instruction. And that's why, to me, having a strong scope and sequence, even at the preschool level, is really important to have those great conversations with teachers. Continuing with the scope and sequence, so not only does it have the thematic units, but it also aligns our Heggerty and our foundation lessons. So you can see there's a small snapshot starting in September, starting with the letter A and working down. And again, it keeps everyone on track. Everyone can collaborate together, talking about some strategies that they're implementing as they work their way through the Heggerty and foundations. So, and our last one is goal 3, individualized student learning. So during this time, this goal focuses on professional development, collaboration with teachers. We had some great PD this year, which I think is great. I'm a teacher nerd. I love PD. It's like one of my things that I worked many years in doing. So teachers had the opportunity to strengthen their practices, refining their practices, focusing on evaluating students, determining eligibility, developing IEPs, with a focus of writing accommodations, modifications, and so on. So we had, in September, we had 2 great teacher leaders, Cheryl Walsh and Krista Popek, facilitated the first PD. And during that time, we focused on we have an evaluation, actually 2 evaluation tools that we use during our initial evaluations for students. And we looked at the language for both of them and refined that language to really reflect what we want to report out at the initial evaluations. We also created a template for that for the information to present to parents. So a template that's really clear, because the information can be really overwhelming. There's a lot of information in some of our reports that we're giving parents during those initial evaluations. So everyone has a clear template, again, for parents, so they can see the skills that their child is developing, that the child might need some more support, and really, to me, empowers the parents when they're at the meetings. During October, January, and March, we had Kelly Mertens, Educational Consulting, facilitated 3 PDs, which I love. I love this company. I love Kelly Mertens herself. She's fabulous to work with. During this time, we worked on refining our language around accommodations modifications in our IEPs, present levels of performance, some of our goals to write for our preschoolers. What I love about Kelly is that she met with me a couple of times before the PD, asked what our teachers are looking for. She listened to me, she listened to the feedback from the teachers, and what they really wanted was goals and objectives and accommodations that were tailored towards the preschool. And it's hard to come by. Getting PD for our preschool teachers isn't always easy. So many of the PDs are focused for middle school to high school. So for her to reflect on that and provide some great resources for our teachers that they can use throughout the year to create some really high quality IEPs was really helpful. We already have a bank of a Google folder with lots of resources from past years, and we're just able to add to that that all teachers can use throughout the year. And that last one, in May, the preschool and kindergarten teachers collaborated together to talk about expectations, academic expectations, social, emotional expectations of students. To me, it was a great time to collaborate with them, to build those relationships, build that bridge between preschool and the kindergarten, to have some great conversations about kids and learning and what to expect coming up for them. So that's a wrap. There was a lot. The first year was a whirlwind, but it was a great whirlwind. Yeah.
That's great. Any questions or comments?
No one about my fabulous centers? No one wants to know more about them? Dramatic play? Spaceship?
I mean, I wanted to commend you. Yeah, the Spaceship idea, it's great. May Jemison is one of my favorite books. I wanted to say that I really think that PD is particularly helpful for preschool teachers who may or may not have had experience writing IEPs and coming up with goals that can work for kids at such a young age is challenging for sure.
Yes,
so I commend you for doing that.
So all of our
That's
teachers
amazing.
are SPED certified, yes. So they do have experience educationally and obviously experience writing IEPs. But when you're writing IEPs for multiple, developmental levels that vary, right? And for such little ones, when you think that following a one-step direction sounds silly, right? But that's where they are at that point, right? Or being able to take your coat and put it on the hook, and that's where we are, right? So goals that are really tailored towards that 3 and 4 year old level. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
Okay,
I
thanks.
appreciate it.
You okay?
I was afraid your computer was saying
I was creative. She was.
But I guess not.
I tried.
It's all about coherence.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you for inviting us to talk about our school improvement plans. It's wonderful to see everyone again. One of the things that you'll notice as you read through the slide. mic, DJ? Can you hear me now? One of the things that you may have noticed in our presentation and the 3 goals that we aligned this year, there was a shift in the previous school improvement plans that we had. We had rolled out new curricula in the areas of math and ELA and did a reset in our phonics programs with Foundations in Haggerty. With this particular set of goals, we wanted to shift towards instructional practices as a hyper-focus, along with dovetailing that with our curriculum, curricula. So as you hear from Matt, Tiffany, and Brian about these 3 goals, we hope that you'll see a continuum of focus on instructional practices and digging deeper into that with our staff.
All right, perfect. Good evening. So I have the pleasure of talking about Goal 1, which is around quality teaching, specifically the 8 high-leverage instructional practices. So these are things that we're like looking for kind of when we go into classrooms, just best practices around kind of how teachers are teaching students. So we're looking for like high levels of engagement, intentional planning for like all groups of kids, evidence of these practices kind of in play, increased student discourse. We're using data to inform our decisions, and then we're looking for like consistent implementation of like the curriculum that TJ had referenced. So, you know, we're looking for like when we walk from classroom to classroom to classroom, are we seeing kind of the same things? Are they in the same place, right? So we talk about pacing, and is that continuity happening not just within like my school, but within each of our schools? And that shows that the teachers are truly working together and everyone's kind of in the same place, which is a similar experience for all kids throughout the town, which is what we're So when we look at some of the, you know, nuts and bolts of kind of this work, one of the things that we did was each of us has an instructional leadership team. So we all of our instructional leadership team members came together in the fall, and we did like a corners activity where we posted these 8 practices around the room, and we went and talked about how these would show up within the curriculum and what they would look like in practice. So these are members of each of the 4 elementary teams kind of working together to kind of go through this activity. On the side here, you see this is kind of like a little cheat sheet for us in terms of the look for. So, you know, you can kind of reference it. Shout out to Lisa Tibbetts. I believe she put that together. It's something that we can kind of put in our badges and our key holders. We can walk around with these if we're looking kind of quickly what we're looking for. So that kind of gives like a quick kind of look at what we are kind of seeing or looking to see when we walk into the classrooms. We also kind of align this work. So we've talked a lot about this at our school-based teams. We've talked about it at like school-based meetings. And then it gets brought back to our PLCs as well. I'm gonna click one more. So what does this look like in practice? You can see kind of, you know, teachers teaching, kids engaged. We see some group work there. You see me standing watching kind of a teacher do this well, right? So, you know, so when we're kind of talking through that like cheat sheet I mentioned before, those 8 practices, you can see some of those things here kind of within this slide, right? So you can see some learning targets here. You can see that teachers are most likely questioning, right? So that's why the hands are up, asking for kind of, you know, the understanding or checking for that understanding. You're seeing a lot of participation. You know, in the group work, we want to imagine that they're really grappling with a very tough topic, right? And they're engaged in a high-level discussion there. You know, when we're kind of walking through, it looks, you know, from day to day, lesson to lesson, it looks different. And we're not looking for everything kind of in, you know, the time we're in there, but we are looking for elements of this kind of within the work. You know, and that's something that we're proud to say that we are seeing, and have been proud of the kind of the work that we've done this year around Goal 1. I know kind of, you know, speaking to Woodville, we've definitely dug right into the high leverage practices. I know the other schools have done the same thing. And I think it's more of a common language within our schools, which is really kind of a plus for us. So again, showing kind of how we're working together to kind of bring a similar experience to all the students of Wakefield.
All right, so I'm talking about Goal 2, about rich and challenging curriculum. Just thinking about having all students having access to curriculum, which is not different than what we've been thinking about in previous years. Obviously, we want all students, but in order for all students to have that access, we need to do professional development with all the teachers and give all the different teachers a chance to work with each other and collaborate. So you can see that we're talking about general education teachers, special education teachers, multilingual learner teachers. So this goal is centered a lot around the professional development that we did with the elementary teachers this year. And now I'm sad I didn't put a picture of myself standing in the background somewhere. I feel like I missed an opportunity. So back in September, and I apologize, there's a lot of alphabet soup on this slide too, I realize, so I will talk through it, even though I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with these terms. So we started out the year with a professional development facilitated by Emily Pat from SEAM Collaborative on inclusive practices. So thinking about that universal design for learning supports, and actually it was interesting when Erin was speaking about Doyle, talking about access points for all students. we are also talking about access points for all students, but we wanted to focus on what access points are already there in our high quality instructional materials, what is already in the EL curriculum, what is already in the IM curriculum, and how can we use those things to be able to support students. Each of these PD sessions, we had, something starting out a presentation, we got information, and then the teachers actually had a chance to go off and collaborate with their grade level cohorts from across the 4 elementary schools for these first couple. So it was a chance not only to work with their own teams, it was not a chance to just work only with special educators or multilingual teachers in their schools, but across the district. So it really kind of gave that collaboration and that coordination across. October, the DCAP, District Curriculum Accommodation Plan. So those are just really strong teaching practices that are available to all students, that are good for all students. I think of it a lot as it's just good teaching practices, but it's always helpful to remind ourselves that those things are there and they're accessible for everybody. So Emily Pat came back, she prepared a presentation, and then the principals actually facilitated that in the schools. But again, the teachers had collaboration time afterwards. In March, executive functioning continues to be an area that everybody is concerned about. Everyone's thinking a lot about how are we preparing kids to improve executive functioning skills as they go through elementary school, head into middle school, go to high school. So Sarah Ward, who actually presented at Parent University a couple of years ago for families, came and presented to the teachers. And again, they had some collaboration time to be able to kind of take what she had given and think further about that. And then based on feedback that we got from teachers, we also provided some times where we really had, without that opening session, but just some time to really dig into the curriculum. So, starting off with a Zoom session and then kind of working with grade level collaborations. Again, just kind of digging into the materials. We've had the curriculum now a couple of years, but I feel like in some ways we've very much just barely scratched the surface. EL, it's newer, even though IM with the math, we're in year 5, finishing up year 5 of it. There's still so much more that we can do with it, and you'll hear more about that as we head into the math review next year, just kind of how we can continue to dig deeper with that.
All right, and then our last goal is focused on, goal 3 is focused on individualized student learning. And our goal for this one was to improve our multi-tiered system of support structures across our schools. So that's what MTSS stands for, multi-tiered system of supports. So in schools, there's 3 tiers, and the first tier is what all students get. The second tier is a little more specialized, the small group work, and then the third tier is like the highly specialized instruction. So what we wanted to do with this was improve and make more consistent our existing systems and structures, and I feel like we made great progress. So some of the things I'm really proud of from the past year related to this goal. So we really improved our data team structure. It's something we had collaborated together on pretty much since we've been working together over the past 6 or 7 years. And I think this past year we really found a formula that works well. We moved the actual meetings to during the school day. So we have our data team meetings during the day. We get coverage for the teachers so that all of the teachers who are responsible for the learning of those students are at the meeting. It's in the day. They're not burnt out at the end of the day and having trouble concentrating. They're really focused. The meetings were really productive. I think kind of the biggest win, or the thing that I felt was most successful, is we did a lot of the legwork, or sort of the data crunching and kind of prep work ahead of the meetings, and we ended up being able to spend a lot of the meetings giving teachers time to plan together. We have a lot of great resources for differentiating instruction and helping students, meet accelerated students where they're at and intervene when students need help with, more remedial skills. But really, like, having some dedicated time for teachers to do that was a huge success, which was something that previously we didn't have at all. And we were able to do that in reading and math. Another thing that I'm proud of, and I think we're all proud of, is that we have a much more consistent system now for how we identify students who are falling behind and how we get those students the support that they need before they may be referred for special education or a more intensive intervention. So we use the same intake form at all of our schools. We use the same process to have meetings about these students and decide what we can try differently to help a student make progress if they're not already making progress in a particular area. And I think that has also been like a huge improvement. And like Matt mentioned a bunch, and we always mention when we're here, we want to like learn from each other and grow together. And I think that's a great example of that. And then lastly, the adoption of open architects was, a great point of progress for us this year. I think at the like elementary school level, it was really useful to get like quickly understandable snapshots about sort of the trends we're seeing with math achievement or reading growth or attendance or whatever it is. As you can see in the bottom right there, that's just like a quick summary of how students in each cohort have done over time. And that's those percentages that you see in the cells is the percentage of students that's meeting the grade level reading expectation according to Dibbles for our early readers. So as you can see, that data, is very encouraging. We're seeing that year over year, the percentage of students meeting that grade level expectation is increasing. So that's fantastic. And Open Architects has, endless amounts of snapshots like that we can use to plan these meetings. I think one of the ways that we hope to improve and move this work forward still is just making all that Open Architects data that we have access to a little more readily user-friendly to our teachers. I think it was very instructive to us as principals, but I have to admit, when I brought it to my team, I often felt like it just didn't quite have the right sort of lens to be useful right away for teachers. So I see that as kind of a next step. And that's pretty much what we've got. So does anyone have any questions for us about our goals and our update?
Are teachers accessing the OA data directly, or do you produce, so you're not producing material for them in some form factor? I know we're waiting for an update on some meeting where we're going to kind of get a walkthrough of it, because we've talked about it for years, but we haven't seen it.
We have a demo plan for June 23rd.
Okay, great.
Just to clarify, though, they have the data for their students.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
what I meant.
Yeah.
Other questions? Yeah, Alex.
Regular SIP meeting if I didn't ask a couple questions. So just with the data meetings themselves, and it's thank you for the presentation on the SIP tonight. I think it was it shows the amount of work that you guys put in on the regular with improving teaching and learning. In the data meetings, how often do those data meetings occur with staff? Is it just like beginning, middle, end? You know what I mean? Well, aligned with the testing, or are there other points along the year where you're doing checkpoints or progress monitoring type data meetings?
Yeah.
So we have our benchmark checkpoints, right? So after each of the diagnostic or Dibbles testing in the fall and in the winter, we set up grade level meetings. In between those, we also have progress monitoring meetings where for Dibbles, for example, students that have scored in the red or the yellow, which is below or well below progress monitored by our reading specialists as they progress through intervention. From that, we meet again with the reading specialist and with the grade level teams through PLCs to monitor their progress, meaning the students that are being progress monitored, to see their progress, and there needs to be a shift in the intervention. Interventions usually go about 10 weeks, so we want to make sure we're giving time for the interventions to take place and, more importantly, have an effectiveness on them. But we're also monitoring progress and seeing if we need to intervene, and that's where the SST meetings come in. If we're noticing that the trend or that the progress is not in a place that we need it to be, we bring in an additional team through the SST process to analyze the data and talk about next steps for those students.
So you guys also, you had mentioned kind of coherence with the systems and across the schools and presenting all together. Do you guys all have the same kind of established protocols for all those data meetings on how, like a data equity pause protocol or something that you use, and what does that look like?
So we call them guidepost system. We have sort of improved that over the past couple of years. Lisa Drynan, Marguerite Augenbraun, and Val Drynan, who have been really involved with our curriculum development, helped us sort of establish, set concrete guideposts to decide whether or not a student should be considered for an intervention group based on, like, for example, in Dibbles, based on the past 3 data points.
Yeah, and I would say one of the big things that I think really helped data team meetings this year is using those guideposts and thinking about all students and where they fall in those guideposts, and not just focusing on these are the students that they fell in the red, they fell in the yellow, these are the students need support. It's like, where does everybody fall? And then using those data team meetings to talk about more than just the students that need intervention groups, but what are teachers going to be doing with the students that fell into the green on the guideposts, or they were currently meeting standards. So that gave that planning time, again, for all students, as well as the ones who might need intervention and are a little behind.
Last question, promise. I love the kind of the look forwards, the high leverage instructional practices, and having that out and kind of having that leveled across. Can you talk to me a little bit about, like, I think it was the second one there, checking for understanding and quick formatives, how the teachers are using kind of those quick formatives, or how they're being kind of guided to use those quick formatives? Is it to, look at reteaching entire lessons? Is it looking at, just for those students who maybe aren't getting what the lesson, the main idea of the lesson, like for like a reteach themselves? Just how exactly are they kind of going through using those formatives?
So one of the things that I just actually had a conversation with one of my teachers as part of our summative formative evaluation conferences. So one of the things that's great that's built into the curricular programs that we use, for example, IM, each lesson ends with what they call a cool down, which is a formative assessment, a simple 1 or 2 questions based on the lesson objective. And what teachers can do with that is, because it's a short, quick assessment, it gives them a chance to kind of flip through quickly, see whether the students understood the specific objective. And if they didn't, they can use that information to bring a small group quickly during their win block, which is what I need block. Meg was talking about that earlier. And so it gives that teacher the opportunity to do a quick check-in and a refresher. So it's not always about going back and doing a whole reteach of a lesson. It could be just drilling down in one particular unit. Also, along with that, we have resources through iReady that teachers can look at the diagnostic results and see it kind of puts kids in different categories or groupings, and there's resources that they can pull that allows them to give students some work that they could do independently or with a guided group through the teacher. So with both ELA and math, there's some systems put in place to have those quick formative check-ins. And one of the things that I think we have been successful in this district is having the curriculum leadership model that we have. Our curriculum coordinators are able to pop into PLCs, K to 12, and have these conversations and problem solve with teachers to help them navigate those questions as well.
I'll be super quick, but I think it's not always like that formulated piece either, though. Like sometimes it's like the quick in the moment stuff too, right? Is that?
Yeah.
And I think that's what you're getting to as well. Like, you know, if they're sitting kind of doing Haggerty together, you know, which students are understanding the concept, what aren't, you know, clipboard, kind of quick notes to yourself, pull a small group from there. So the formal stuff that TJ's talking about happens. I think there's a ton of informal kind of stuff that happens as well. And all of it ends up rooting back to hopefully the data points being valid for us to then utilize those to kind of make the instructional groupings, pulling small groups or whatever we need to do. We've gotten better and better at tracking students over time in terms of their success. Brian brought up, you know, we all do this, you know, the data points, the guideposts, and looking at kind of the last three. You know, I would say that, you know, as we kind of continue to kind of utilize open architects to what it has for capacity and what our kind of programs and software does for like keeping kind of data points for us in-house, like we're going to be able to look at students over the duration of their elementary career, right? And be able to see exactly how they've progressed with their time with us and then adjust from there. So it's like more than just the formal like in-unit assessments or kind of those quick cool-down assessments. There is kind of other points that stick out as well.
You guys started using the, I know we've talked about like the AI piece and having an AI policy, the AI companion Archie within open architects, just asking him just a random question. And
It keeps trying to get me to use it.
Yeah.
Archie shows up every time I open architects.
Can we imagining Clippy?
Yeah.
Change myself.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Other questions? Okay, Dr. Lennox.
Nicely done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Good night.
It's been a busy year.
I just don't want anyone to be taller than me, like all Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
So Meg and I are gonna, how do we do this? Oh, there we go. Meg and I are gonna present secondary together. I'm gonna talk about the first goal, Meg will talk about the second, and then we each have part of the third because we did slightly different goals for our schools. So I'm going to start with the first goal, which was about strengthening our inclusive instructional practices. I think it's similar to what you've heard at the other levels. This year at the secondary level, we kind of drilled down into thinking about Standard 2 and teaching all students based on the fact that we felt like our curriculum guides and our curricular maps were in pretty good places. So now we're kind of focused on the instructional repertoire, how we're actually providing instruction so that all students can access curriculum. So some of the things on our update, again, they're going to sound familiar to what you've heard earlier tonight, which is good, right? We want to see consistency through K through 12 with some of our practices. So the professional development that was created by the curriculum, that is sort of facilitated by the curriculum coordinators and experts that we had come in from various fields, thinking about Standard 2. So for example, we had professional development thinking about how to support L students in our classrooms and what are the sort of a retail 101, thinking about the strategies that everybody has been trained in but maybe hasn't used for a while, a refresher of that. So I think that having 5 to 12 teachers looking at that and thinking about how to implement those in their classrooms. We also did curriculum and instruction visits, which were a little different. We've done learning walks at all levels, but this year, was this the first year we did C&I walk to the second? Wow, it's been a long year.
We started talking about that.
Okay, maybe that's fine. But really thinking about C&I visits that had Doug and Kara as part of those walks, had our curriculum coordinators as part of those walks, and bringing teachers along too, giving us an opportunity to go into classrooms, to look at a whole department's instruction, and give feedback at large, right? So it's not really about critical feedback to teachers to improve their classrooms, but what are we seeing in the department, and really aligning that with the professional development that we were getting. So after we would see a professional development, say, on working to make sure our classrooms were inclusive and thinking about strategies for special education. That might be the look for that we did that month when we were going in for a C&I visit. We also did, it says school-wide Sometimes it was school-wide, sometimes it was department-wide. The picture on the right, which may be hard to see here, but I know you have access to this, is one example of what some of our look-fors looked like. They were similar across the department, similar to what the elementary teachers were just talking about, and I know Meg at the Galvin as well, from 5 to 12, our look-fors were aligned. So for example, humanities look-fors tended to be alike. So English and social studies were kind of looking for the same look-fors. We gave you an example of the ELA, which looks at student engagement, collaboration, how they're using common language around writing, how they're maybe differentiating their instruction to meet the needs of all students. And then one of them on there is just it's a little bit repetitive, but also are they looking at the agreed upon curriculum? So maybe it's not writing, but it might be the reading or the text that they're using. Finally, some other professional development in addition to the district-led professional development. We had some of our science teachers participate in SCAPE, which stands for Science Curriculum Adaptation Project for Special Educators. It was great that Wakefield was able to take advantage of that initiative. Joanne Marks spearheaded that and really helped us look in science at areas of strength and areas of growth for us around special education access to science curriculum. So I really think in all, the goal 1 really was about, like I said, standard 2, instructional practices. And we've already talked about how that's going to be in terms of our next step. That is something that we're continuing next year. Really digging down, I think, a little bit more. We've been talking about special education, excuse me, and making sure that there are access point in the curriculum for special education students. So that I know is one area that we're going to continue with. Did I get everything?
Yeah.
Okay, you're up.
All right, when we looked at goal 2 in both of our schools, we really zeroed in on the continued creation of common, consistent assessments across courses and within departments. And then not only the creation of them, but then the use of them to improve instruction. So some of the highlights for us were that they exist, right? So we created, the departments created aligned assessments, and then also within the course of the year use them within their PLCs to assess how students are doing, but also to look at, just had some really interesting conversations about differences in teams or classes and what might cause those and what type, how people approached instruction differently and what different outcomes that created. So it really fostered conversations that I think led to better teaching across all departments. We also strengthened in both schools our use of kind of existing benchmark data, including iReady, Common Lit, ACTFL rubrics across the world language department, and just different ways that different departments could really think about getting on the same page and looking at student achievement and using that to move their practice. Both schools also participated in the social studies curriculum review, which hit on these themes as well. How do we align the assessments we're giving, but then how we're looking at those assessments? How are we looking at student writing across social studies, and what does that tell us about our teaching? In addition to, of course, moving to adopt curriculum, perhaps more heavily at the middle school than the high school, as typically is the case. And at the middle school, it's interesting to hear you talk about Joanne's work at the high school because she kind of modified and did that same work here at the middle school in bringing the special ed department alongside the science department to jump into assessments and create modifications within them that were common then across, which is a really, I think, powerful next step in terms of, all right, how are we making sure we're offering consistent modifications across teams, and that special educators are working hand in hand with the team teachers to make sure that all students can access curriculum in that way.
So moving on to goal 3. I think you're going to go
Am I
first.
All right, so moving into goal 3. This one is thematically similar for us, but takes different avenues. I know every year I've been here, I think you've heard me talk about WIN. So we continue to refine WIN and to make sure that it's something that at each grade level is offering both intervention and enrichment to students. I think at this point, kind of what we call the machine of WIN. Like it's running, it's pretty massive at the Galvin because of just the number of teams, the number of students. And I think each year it does get better because teachers put a ton of time into it. They, whether if they're doing enrichments, they refine what they're doing for enrichment. They think about who are the students I'm going to have. How do I keep it really engaging for them and for me as the teacher? And then when we're looking at interventions, looking at how, I mean, even from square one, how are we identifying students for interventions? I think Tiffany was talking about, it's not always the kids in the red. Like a lot of times it's the kid in the red, but sometimes it's like, who are the kids on the bubble? Who are the kids who, with just the right push, right, would move? And when we can get them in small groups, it's pretty powerful. It's also offered, I think we're in its 4th year of running, I believe, and it's offered a really nice, it's really complemented our culture in a nice way. I chose this picture because this is one of our 8th grade change makers running a team builder in a 5th grade class, which can happen in WIN because 7th and 8th grade have the same WIN period as 5th grade. So there was all these cool opportunities that honestly staff came up with, like, oh, let's do this, let's try this, let's have these kids work with these kids. And so they developed these team builders. They ran them in all the 5th grade rooms, and you can see like how exciting it was for the 8th graders as well as the kids who got to do them. And we did a series of those activities, which really helped to build community across the building. I think what we continue to think about is how do we do pre and post tests for intervention blocks, and then also for enrichment. How do we collect feedback from kids about those experiences? And then how do we think about, I know you heard us talk at length about the math acceleration work that happens in this period as well, but how do we think about that across other content areas?
Great. And I should add, though this wasn't our goal next year, we are hoping that at the high school, the inclusion of flex block in a new schedule will help us to align WIN that's happening at the elementary and the middle with the high school with flex block. It won't be the same, but we're hoping it will be similar. But for now, our goal this year was really around the vision of the graduate, right? And it's really thinking about experiences that address the kind of whole student, right, in the interest of each student, and making sure that we're hitting on the competencies in vision of the graduate. And I think we did that in a number of ways. I mean, I think we were at a very preliminary stage this year, making sure the vision of the graduate was visible in all places in the school, that it was familiar to people, that they knew what it was. Many of our departments updated their visions, their purposes for the year around the vision of the graduate and the competencies. We had a number of departments who also aligned their practices with the core competencies. So, for example, in the world language department, I work with a lot of those teachers, so I have a lot of their end of year meetings. So we're reviewing goals that most folks in the department did around helping be responsible communicators and collaborators. Right, that's natural. In a world language class. And so really making students understand that when we're talking about practicing our fluency in the target language, that's really about being a responsible communicator, because you're able to communicate in multiple languages in your community, but also outside your community, right? If you're to travel or if you're to represent your school or something like that. So I think it's taken on a nice life of its own in pockets around goals, and we're hoping to keep going with that. I think in addition to that and aligning practices, we also thought about the student side of this. So in October, we had one of our advisory periods. You all have the link to that. You can see the lesson there. A group of teachers who worked on advisory and worked on vision of the graduate created a lesson so that all students could see the vision of graduate, talk about it, have access to it, ask questions about it, and really start to think about how are they starting to understand the vision of graduate as 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th graders, so that by the time they're leaving high school in 12th grade, they see themselves as a student, as a Wakefield warrior, as a graduate that really feels confident in these core competencies. So again, this is work to be continued. The vision of graduate isn't 1 year and goes away. It is now what our vision is, and we just need to keep on working to implement that into the everyday fabric of the school. Is there another one? I think that's it.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions?
The beauty of going last.
I was just thinking that too.
I'm kind of tired. No, good.
All right.
We won't be offended if there's no questions.
No, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So just comments and updates. Amy, you can hear this before you go. Thank you so much to you and your team for graduation. I think it was really an outstanding ceremony. Thank you. And I know we had school committee in attendance, so it's really the student speakers at graduation were so exceptional. You'll also note that I know you're starting to get in your inboxes civic action letters from our middle schoolers who are seeking to kind of make some changes. And so we too administratively are getting those, and we're kind of working at our responses. I can tell you that the administrative teams right now are working really hard with grouping and scheduling to start to get ready for creating schedules for the incoming classes for next year. We want to give a shout out to our middle school musical theater program. The Bye Bye Birdie production, for the middle school Bye Bye Birdie production, was nominated for 5 MTEG Musical Theater Awards. And for our high school production of Chicago, the teen edition, we were nominated for 4 MTEG Musical Theater Awards. So 'tis the season. I think we're getting some really nice recognition and being kind of seen in places that are really a tribute to the gains that kids are making and the good work that they're doing. We're also working on, Kara and I are working on summer programming, summer retreats. So we're going to be working with our administrators on, what's next. We're trying to spend some specific time on grouping and scheduling to really be thoughtful about how we can be more efficient and get to students more effectively during the school year, just to create greater outcomes for kids. And so more to follow there. Also happy to report that we, as of yesterday, had 2 teams, high school teams, that were still playing, that were in the Elite 8. So we had girls softball and boys lacrosse. Girls softball played in Marshfield and won, which was amazing. And our boys played in Dracut, and they lost a tough one. But they have they had a terrific team with some just really exceptional players and exceptional goalie that I think made it really difficult for our kids. And so lacrosse took a hard loss, but I think the students were pleased to be in the final 8 schools, final 8 teams playing at this point in the year, when a lot of people have ended their season a few weeks ago. So, shout out to them. And we're just looking at kind of ending the year and focusing on all the things that we need to wrap up ourselves. Also want to, if anyone's watching, just a reminder to parents in our school community, please be careful driving during arrival and dismissal in the morning. We had a high school student who got hit by a car this morning. He is okay. Police were involved. They had kind of checked him out, and I think he was transported to the hospital. I think he's okay. But we just really want to stress that just please be careful during arrival and dismissal. And that's it for my remarks, and thank you very much for the time.
Great, thank you. I have just a couple updates or comments, kind of just to join the remarks already made about the graduation, which was really wonderful. But I had my first experience at the post-prom experience at Dave & Buster's with Melissa and Steven, and it was an impressive event. I kind of wish I had a card so I could play some games, but we didn't. But it was
They didn't
just
let you into the money cube?
no, yeah. The money cube's really impressive. That was my favorite thing to work on. Literally, money is flying around. The students could grab as much as they could and took it home. So it was really, really fun. But I can't imagine the amount of work that goes into creating something like that. I know Kim Smith and
Kim Smith is so exceptional in that space.
They've been doing it, I think, for a really long
yeah.
time. So I look forward to volunteering more in the future. And if you haven't ever done it, it's really fun. It was really fun. So look forward to that. The other thing is you had mentioned retreats, and I know we haven't done a retreat as a school committee in a while that I can remember. So I'm curious if there's an appetite for something like that. So I was going to kind of get a sense of what availability may be, and are there any particular topics that may be valuable to do. MASC, who we haven't engaged with a whole lot in recent years, certainly will offer a whole host of potential workshops. We utilize them, I think the last time was on the superintendent's evaluation process, but they're really good, and it might be a good opportunity to get to know our representative a little bit better. So I'll send that around. I'm coming up to see if that's something that people would like to pursue. Next on the agenda was going to be is a legislative update on Retirement Plus that you may have seen a little bit in the news recently. When we had first put this in the agenda, it hadn't maybe gone as far in the legislature as it has since. But I've asked Kevin if he could just maybe provide a really brief update on.
Brief.
Brief.
Okay. Do you guys know what Retirement Plus is? Everyone knows?
Okay, good.
Okay. It will not
So
be
much
brief.
for brief.
This will not be brief. So, here's the drill. In 2001, the state of Massachusetts instituted a new pension plan called Retirement Plus. So before 2001, all teachers in the state of most teachers in the state of Massachusetts were contributing 9% of their pre-tax income into the pension system, which is run by MTRS. In 2001, they created a Retirement Plus system, which basically had you contribute 11% instead of 9% into your pension. And the trade-off for that is you would be able to retire basically earlier. Retirement is based on years of service on one part of the graph, and the other would be your age. You basically match the two, and it basically says what percentage of your average of your top 3 years of salary you would get for the rest of your life in your pension. So what happened in 2001, it was an opt-in process, which means that teachers were allowed to opt into it, but if you didn't opt into it, if you were already teaching before 2001, you stayed paying the 9%. What happened is there was a lot of confusion, and to be honest, there was a lot of wrong information given when this rollout happened. And a lot of teachers did not sign into Retirement Plus, and they stayed on the basic retirement plan. What this law is doing, and this law has been passed, I think, 3 straight times in the House of in the Massachusetts House. It would allow teachers that are not on Retirement Plus, but are on the old retirement system to be able to buy in. That means they would be able to pay the entire principal that they would have deducted from 2001 through now. The Senate, it's basically been held up in the Senate. So a bunch of us over the last few years have been hitting state senators pretty hard. This year, there was a really big mobilization effort to really go after state senators, but one part of this was to actually reach out to school committees to try to support this bill as a cost savings measure. Because, for example, I will be able, as a personal example, I'll be able to retire 3 years earlier. As a result of moving to Retirement Plus, that's 3 years that districts can save money in hiring a first-year teacher as opposed to paying full boat for people like me. This year, the Senate. So I was going to make a motion for the school committee to support this legislation because a bunch of school committees have supported this legislation, trying to get the Senate to pass it. It turns out the Senate passed their own version. They passed their own bill that is basically the same as the House version. It will allow teachers to buy into it. They're just going to have to pay interest that had accrued over the time. So there's a big difference in how much they would have to pay into it. So right now it's going to be in conference committee where the Senate version and the House version will be hammered out. Hopefully it'll be done by end of July. But yeah, so that's the drill. So we don't have to make a motion because the Senate already passed the bill. So at this point it's in conference committee. So this happened literally last week. So sorry. But that's the Retirement Plus update. Is there any questions?
Any
So
questions?
the main difference to Wakefield would be that because teachers could retire earlier, we'll be able to bring in
The cohort of teachers that are affected are pretty much people that were hired before 2001. I'm probably the youngest of that cohort because I started 99, 2000. So basically, so I'm 49 right now. So basically, there's a window of teachers between 49 and I'd say 57, I don't know, 56, 57, who are basically in this. So it's an 8-year frame, but that's high-end salaries. So I have no idea in Wakefield who would be affected. I just don't know the individual teachers that have it.
24 year.
24 teachers? Didn't sign into Retirement Plus? Well,
Interesting.
there you go.
The governor still has to sign the bill into law, right?
Yeah, it would need to be worked out.
But she
all
said
that
so.
stuff. Yeah. Do you have something, Tom?
Yeah. So Kevin, the bill still needs to go through conference committee and then
Yes.
voted again.
Correct.
So it wouldn't be, inappropriate to actually vote to endorse, at least in concept,
Yeah.
unless there's any opposition from either your end of the aisle or even even MTA with paying interest on the 2%. I mean, that may not be as much of an incentive as the hope is. I haven't sat here and done any math, so I don't.
I will tell you the
but
math.
That's the.
I will
okay,
tell
yeah,
you the
please.
math. So basically, the Senate version, I think the number is, I want to say 48,000. You just gave me a number. Okay. So the Senate version would be close to 50,000 for between two, because it's compounding interest from 2001 through now. So in the end, the principal is like 15, 16,000. That's the principal. With the interest, it would get to close to 50,000.
Principal plus interest?
Plus interest, yeah.
For
So
a
the
total of
total would be 48,000, which is a lot. So a lot of
It is a
teachers
lot.
with the Senate version
my point.
would probably not buy into it
Yeah.
because of that. The House version would give less time, a shorter window for teachers to be able to buy into it. I think they said 180 days from passage, where the Senate version goes to June 2027. But the House version is only the principal. So the idea of all these people that I'm in contact with is the hope is that the House and the Senate version will literally just be the interests being a compromise between 0% and 7%, because 7% is a number of the itemized interest. So, but no, the as far as I know, the MTA is, even with this version,
Even with
it would supports.
Yeah, okay. That's 'cause
Yeah,
that's
we're
expensive.
It is expensive. It is expensive.
And is it only for the class of 2001?
No, it's anyone. It's people before that. So this could be people from '97, like people that were high, like we have been teaching '96, '95. Just depends on.
What about people after 2000?
I think I forgot the year, but people were automatically enrolled. Like when you go after 2001, you had no choice. You had to be in Retirement Plus. So,
But there was some. I thought there were some communication glitches with that as well.
there are, yes. There's so
'Cause I
many
know people that
weird
are
circumstances
younger than
where
2001.
teachers would leave. Oh yeah, yeah. No, I know.
That aren't.
There's a teacher that I represent in Saugus who went to a school district, paid Retirement Plus, went to another school district. They screwed up. He didn't put him on Retirement Plus. Went to another school district, paid Retirement Plus, and all of a sudden they said, "Yeah, no, you're not on Retirement Plus." Literally, he only missed 2 years of Retirement Plus, and MTRS is saying, "Sorry, you're not on Retirement Plus," even though the vast majority. So there's so many
There's a lot of
weird
that.
stories like that.
Correct.
I'm sorry that this has gotten really long, but yeah. So I'll make a motion then for the Wakefield School Committee to endorse Retirement Plus legislation H.4361. That's .1884. Sorry. Yeah.
Is there a Senate version of the bill that has a number attached
It
to it?
is, the number's there.
Thank
S1884
you.
and H.
Yeah, the S is
4361.
184. Yeah, sorry.
S is the Senate.
Where is, up top, okay.
Yeah.
I was reading throughout the document, got it, yep.
So motion's been made, it's been seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? And it's unanimous. Thanks, Kevin.
Yep.
Just a very brief update on negotiations with the WEA. Of course, probably for the last 6 months or so, we've been talking about two different issues. I think we're pretty much settled on both, or very, very close. One is around the move from this current building to the new building and the process that would take, and that's pretty settled between us. And then just a couple different details on the last, which is the new schedule at the high school. And so I think we're very close to that. So hopefully the next meeting we'll be reporting that that's been concluded. So that's update on the WEA. In your packet, I have the subcommittee and liaison assignments, and just thankful for everyone's quick response, but I'll say them so that the public knows who's on what. We have 4 different subcommittees. For finance facilities, I've asked Tom Markham to continue as chair, and joining Tom will be Pete Davis and Alex Nauman. For labor and personnel, Stephen Ingalls, I've asked to be chair, along with Kevin Fontanella and Tom Markham. For policy and communication, our policy queen, Melissa Quinn, will continue as chair. She likes that committee. Pete Davis and Stephen Ingalls will be joining Melissa. And then lastly, for student services, I've asked Alex Nauman to be chair, and he'll be joined by Melissa and Kevin Fontanella. So that'll be the subcommittees for next year. And then for liaisons, Environment and Sustainability Committee, I'm going to take that on. It's not one that I've had the pleasure of working with before, so looking forward to that. Human Rights Commission, Pete Davis will continue to be the liaison for them. For JLMC, Stephen Ingalls will be joining those monthly meetings. For Special Education Parent Advisory Committee, or CPAC, Alex Nauman is going to continue in that area. And then for Youth Council, also continue will be Melissa Quinn. So thank you all very much for taking those on. Looking forward to what we do next year. Subcommittee reports. We have 2. Finance Facilities, Tom?
Thank you. We had met last on May 29th to do a couple of different things. I want to continue the work that we had started the prior week, working with the administration, with Dr. Lyons and Christine on winding down fiscal 26. Christine had shared and walked us through an earlier version of tonight's finance report. We also were joined by Brian Cusack from the town FinCom, one of our liaisons, and actually this year's chair of the education subcommittee at the FinCon level. And we kind of had the beginning of a debrief of FinCom related activities and events. We debriefed at town meeting and so forth, shared some thoughts there. One of the things that we have percolating, and I think now that our subcommittees are reorganized in this way, we can sort of pick back up where we were talking about, which is now like 2 weeks ago. But one of the things that we were talking about was to have a larger debrief. Potentially with inviting the entire school committee, but certainly an orchestrated debrief between our finance subcommittee and the town liaisons, to just have an appreciation for, have some candid conversations around how things went and how things perhaps could have gone better, and to learn from our collective misunderstandings, and to build a better mousetrap moving into the fall. There seemed to be some great ambition and great desire to be able to do that and continue in a constructive way. We have, as we know, right? We have had good constructive relationships, even when we've disagreed. We've disagreed with professionalism and a competence and appreciation, and we need to continue that. So. Now that we are reorganized, I will pick up with Brian and communicate out to the group about trying to find a date and time. The goal was, at least 2 weeks ago, and it's probably still a goal, to try to have such a meeting in June. Once the summer comes, it's going to be 4th of July, and a blink of an eye, it'll be Labor Day, and then we'll be back at it. So we kind of wanted to try to do this in June if possible. So we will pick up where we left off, 2 weeks ago, and report back, at our next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. In my last report as Chair Labor and Personnel, we met on Monday, June 1st. As I reported earlier during our executive session, we were just basically continuing our discussion on Dr. Lyon's contract extension, whose current contract will be ending next June. So it would spend time to start to talk about an extension. And so we went over some of those details, which we were able to present to everyone today during our executive session. So our next meeting, if I just skip ahead to 12, we'll hopefully be voting on that contract extension. So on the 23rd. Liaison reports. Anyone have any reports from their liaisons? Okay, seeing none. Future dates and agenda. As I had just mentioned, our next meeting is Tuesday, June 23rd at 7 p.m. And what we know is on the agenda is going to be the superintendent's contract, among some other things. I think we had mentioned open architects as well.
Yeah, we have coordinated with Open Architects to do a demo. If there's specific things you want them to highlight, because there's a lot, and I know she probably wants to keep it brief. Please just shoot us an email and let us know if there's specific things that you want them to focus on. Otherwise, they'll give an overview.
Great.
Yep. They can zoom in.
Other agenda items? Were you going to say something?
Nope, all
Okay.
set.
Okay, Tom.
Just a sort of an out loud confirmation between Doug and Christine. At the next meeting, we'll be expected to vote on the transfer from school of food service for benefits.
So Dustin will be coming.
And that will be part of that as well.
We'll be doing a presentation. We don't have a final figure yet, so
So
we'll
we're
be
still,
just,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
we'll be discussing that, yes. And then there'll be a motion about approving that.
Right. But we'll have a final figure for the 23rd, is
So we're
my
working on that?
inquiry.
We're kind of coordinating that with the town right now.
Okay.
So we've had some communication, we're kind of going back and forth. Just to get some additional information. We should be able to get it squared away.
Great.
So, yeah.
My question is more about planning and process than the number. So the committee is aware that
Yeah.
the committee is
It's-
reminded again. that
It's
this
very
will-
much
this
in the
will be
works, so
right,
that's
yeah.
something that we can report. It's very,
I have
very
complete
much in the
confidence
works.
in your ability to find
Yeah.
the number.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure we're all aware that it's coming.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
If I can just jump into
Yeah, go ahead,
we
of
also
course.
just had questions around if you'd like an update on the Wakefield Academy summer programs, if we should plan for that for next time.
That's a great idea.
We can do that. And then I know that there's another high school trip that's about a year out, but
Okay.
they'd like to come for approval.
Great.
If we're trying to jam a lot in the last meeting, but if it's too much, let us know. But those are the things.
Sounds good. Okay. School committee comments. Pete.
Back at the end of May, many of us had the opportunity to see the high school student interns talk about their jobs that they did. I think it was during the last term. And I enjoyed speaking with all these students, hearing about some of them. Some of them decided that what they interned doing was something they want to do for a career. Some other students learned it wasn't what they wanted to do. And I know, is this the second year we've done this or the third? Second?
This is the second.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I was excited when we talked about it 2 years ago, putting it in place, and it's just really nice to see how far it's come. I know last year we heard a bit about some of the growing pains, and it was a little bit, the organization I think was just kind of ramping up. And this year it seems like it really was in full speed, and I was really impressed with just the experience that the students had and hearing from them on their intern opportunities.
It was a really great event. It was great to see. Other comments? Stephen.
I'm coming off like a week or so of sort of volunteering at some school events, and it just highlighted for me sort of the extra things that are kind of afforded to our students. One of those things was the 7th grade music festival, sort of at the Galvin School, which is the music sort of educators have people come in and sort of grade orchestra, band, and chorus on their concert pieces that they just performed. And so they get a solid like 20, 30 minutes of constructive criticism on what they could do better. Their peers if they're not in that group, are sitting in the audience and listening to this feedback and listening to the music. The students were incredibly engaged. I was thoroughly impressed. I don't know if I could have done that when I was that age. The feedback given to the students was immediate, and they sort of very quickly capitalized on it, which I think goes to the level of instruction that's afforded to them. And that was the full morning, and then after that they were rewarded with like a trip to Canby as a field trip. And I just think it was just an absolute like cherry on top for like what has been a great sort of year in the music department. And so I'm thankful for the people that conceive that and sort of pull it off. It was very impressive, and all of those kids, there was a whole, I couldn't even tell you the number of them, but five buses worth, I think, or 4 at least. Anyway, it was fantastic. Then the other thing, and these just happened to be one after the other, so I got done with that, and then went into the post-graduation at Dave & Buster's, which I don't think you mentioned this when you say post-prom, but so I think the first shift was at 11 p.m. So that was fun. So that was 11 to 3, and I think one of the highlights for me, next to the money thing, was they had a baby petting zoo in the parking garage, and when you walk out and you see like 15 seniors sitting on the ground with like a baby pig and baby goats and ducks and chickens, they looked like they were 7. They looked like they were right back in elementary school. It was adorable. It was absolutely adorable. And so the kids could kind of have like high intense energy and sort of mellow animal time, and it was just a great way to sort of have those kids still sort of have friendships and experience sort of the night together and do it in a safe, sort of meaningful, positive way. So really thankful for the people who think to put that on and do it at such a high caliber that I think the attendance was just through the roof. There was a lot of kids. And they all just had a great time. They were exhausted at the end, which made me feel not so bad that I was also exhausted. But it just great events. So it's fun to see the district kind of go out strong. In the year, there's no like letting off the gas. Everyone is still just providing for students in such meaningful ways. So it's been great.
Definitely. It should be noted, I think Stephen was the only one who stayed till 3. Yeah. So that's the challenge for next year, for me at least. Okay. No other comments? So we have a motion to adjourn?
We do. I move that the school committee adjourn its meeting on Tuesday, June 9th, 2026.
Second.
Motion been made second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Okay, we're adjourned.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.